Hello, 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 hello. How is everyone? Let's put all these chats back on. There they are. There they are. Very good, very good. Boop, boop, boop. Nice. Boom. Hello, hello. Chungus indeed. Amethyst. Hello. Nice balls. Firkin. Good morning to you. No cat, no cat. Christo. Hello, hello. I'm having quite a good day. And it is nighttime now. It's like 10:30, but I get the point. When are you ever into Unreal rearranging your custom LEDs from an FBX file when you import it? And do you have any solutions? So rearranging them. So you've got them set up in a particular way. Like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. But it is doing number 4 as number 2 and number 3 as number 4 and number blah, 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 blah. I don't... So it's on FBX import. So are you doing it where it's like you export them all as the one FBX, but they're just named in a certain way to, you know, make it a, make them LEDs? Because the way I usually do it, which is like a lot more time consuming, is the, like to kind of manually import each LED, which again is very not ideal. So I definitely think that automatically doing it would be 100% better. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't done it that way very often. Stooge, hello, hello. Davey, how's it going? And us, you are even cooler. What's the program for the day? Well, I'm glad you asked. I firstly just want to catch up on some PrismaticaDev stuff. Just like people having issues and whatnot. What is going... Oh, that's the water. Oh, that's super weird. Right, reply. Hey, hey. It looks like the simulation isn't following your character. You'll need to set the component to follow on your as your character's base. What's it called? Component / mesh. Back up. Blah, 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 blah. Seen hovercraft and max. This is something to be useful vision but many times. Getting something using them as boulder form component. We're trying to get around it. Problem at hand. Yes, you can use it on vehicles. Most people tend to use a character deform component and create sockets in front / behind each wheel. So it makes little capsules where the wheels touch the ground. And then use those sockets as the bone chains, etc. As for the landscape / PCG grass, any material can use a plugin. So answer is any material / particle. The answer is yes. There we go. There we go. Tips for using Unreal like a blank canvas, like more stylized instead of using pre-built things. Yeah, just like try and turn off all of the rendering features and stuff. You know, turn off nanite, turn off lumen, turn off virtual shadow maps, turn off the default sky sphere, whatever comes in that default level. And then, you know, build up from there. So add your own directional light, your own skylight, and then, yeah. And then go from there. Using build position with landscape, I was also I only found this spot on my landscape that might be the height issue. Sorry, I'm just looking at videos on Discord of like trouble people are having. So this guy is doing his thing. He's doing da-da-da-da-da. Looks good, looks good. Got the classic Unreal 4 mannequin. Oh, yeah. That is an interesting one. It might be that the height RVT is a really resolution is too low. Or possibly the landscape is using a really low LOD to draw to, not to raw to draw to the RVT. All right, world partition, blah 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 blah. Right, so this issue I tried to do something smart. Variable FPS for the water simulation. Which cool. Mario Cola, hello. Thanks for answering my comment the other day. No worries. I always reply to comments on YouTube. I'm a big comment replier. Honestly, the YouTube comments is probably the best way to get a hold of me. Because I watch a lot of YouTube, and like whenever I have notifications, I look at the notifications. Whereas with Discord, it's like I just pretend that you know, notifications don't exist. So you working on any game? Yes, I'm working on Prismatica slowly but surely. And I'm also just working on the plugin, Prismatiscape plugin, along with, you know, the game. Unreal's a poor choice by that, but start by learning C++. Yeah, I mean, it depends what you mean by a blank slate. If you mean, like, a blank rendering slate, which I assume you mean by, like, because you were saying stylized. You can do a lot of, you know, you can turn a lot of things off and kind of get your own style. There are also ways to, like, write your own rendering pipeline, which I'll be looking into at some point and making a video about. Today is not that day. What's wrong with my hair? Yeah. Have seen a new update for Prismatiscape, but any way to make fake tessellation example interact with the capsules, like the 2D fog. Fake tessellation example interact with the capsules, the 2D fog. I mean, yeah, I guess. Can you use world partition? I don't know if I'll use world partition or if I'll do like a custom solution. Because the what's it called? Like my world will be split up into, you know, 100 by 100 meter chunks because it's a top-down game. So I'll probably split it into like, yeah, 100 meter chunks and then manually load. Just because like in most games, right? In most games, you see a tree, But that tree doesn't have any logic attached or state attached to it. It's just a prop. It's just there for visuals. Maybe it has collision and it can, like, block projectiles or block vision or whatever. But, like, you can never cut that tree down. The tree can never die. The tree isn't growing over time. Whereas everything in my game kind of needs to have state, which means I probably won't be using the... When you do, like, a PCG volume, for example, it will generate, like, you know, let's say, like, 1 million trees, if you've got a really big volume. It'll generate 1 million of tree mesh number 1, but it will have, like, one tree mesh instance component that has 1 million trees on it, which I don't want, because then I've got 1 million trees loaded, even if they're being culled and whatever. The meshes are still loaded and whatever. So what I'll probably end up doing is using PCG and, like, you know, mesh painting and whatever, and then I'll do some kind of, like, you know, world baker, which will get every chunk, get all of the meshes that are in those chunks, and, you know, make a new instance component thing, or, like, you know, some kind of data object or whatever, to be like, okay, well, in this chunk, there's, like, 200 trees, and these are their transforms, and that can just exist in cyberspace as, like, a forest object. And, you know, other entities could, like, cut it down while you're off screen. That kind of... Well, while they're off screen. And... yeah. So, probably not world partition. Because world partition... things are kind of either loaded or unloaded, or don't have logic if they're, like, in the distance and whatever. So, because I want my world to be very, like, persistent, then, yeah, it's, sometimes, especially, going to multiplayer, yeah. I mean, honestly, it shouldn't be that bad. Like, each chunk will be an object that houses a bunch of other objects and all that kind of stuff. And you can just replicate objects and have, like, the references, you know, match between clients. So if we both have... if I've replicated the chunk number 1 between both people and all of the sub-objects within that chunk, and then I say, oh, like, I'm targeting this enemy, and it's, you know, it's like, you know, it's object reference. It replicates the content of the object, or the replicatable content of the object, and the actual reference, you know, the pointer to the object. So yeah. Sometimes me too playing AK map with cuttable trees and bushes. Yeah. See, I'm doing, like, the same kind of thing. I've been playing a lot of Vintage Story lately, which does some really cool, you know, like, local weather simulations and all that kind of stuff. And I've just been thinking, like, okay, like, what's a good way to, you know, like, have, like, a snowy area, but then, like, you go away and then you come back. But, like, obviously you don't want snow underneath the trees and stuff. So it's kind of a case of, I don't know, having, like, multiple resolute layers. So you've got a general snowfall layer, which is maybe, like, a per chunk kind of thing. But then if a character has, like, carved a path, you know, shoveled some snow off the roads and whatever, or as characters move across the road, the snow kind of disappears, or if someone puts down a campfire and the snow needs to melt around the campfire, There's like that kind of fidelity. And that kind of thing, I've got ideas for it. I want to do the Prismatica voxel painter plugin, which is for 3D objects, but then also the Prismatica texel painter plugin, which is like, this kind of ties into your question, Furkan. Because you were saying, if I build my main logic is built on top of reading a render target texture in Blueprint, am I doing it wrong? So the short answer is yes, probably. But the long answer is you could just make a 1000 by 1000 grid or array, so like a million entry array of vector 4 values or something in Blueprint, and then whenever one of those gets changed, you then in Niagara Grid 2D change the render target to reflect that changed value. So all of the logic side of it is just as simple as looking up a position in a 2D array. And then whenever one of those values changes, or when it gets initialized at the start, you just send the coordinate and the new RGBA value to Niagara, and it will change the value on the render target. And so that's the way that I'm going to be representing, changeable data in my project. So it's like a grid, or like, texel-based information grid reflected in render targets and then sampled by materials. So if I wanted to do something like burning grass, then it would be this like magic grid thingo, and then it would handle, the spreading of the grass and burning and stuff. But then the render target would just reflect that information when it gets changed. And so and it also can be sparse information. So you don't actually have to store a million length array with a bunch of empty values. You could do like a map of here's a 2D coordinate, here's the value, and then whenever, let's say I throw a little fire arrow and it hits this spot over here, I can just be like, okay, well, I've got entry number, 152, 339, and now its fire value is going up. And I don't have to have all of the in-between values. But on the render target, which is, a million pixels, that's kind of nothing. It can just be like, oh yeah, we're just updating this one little pixel, and it's all good. So yeah, that's my idea, is to do sparse information, and then you could have, let's say it's 1000 by 1000, value grid thingos. You could have a bunch of them around the world, but as you move from section to section on the world, as you pass a certain boundary, it would kind of rebase the character. It would get the surrounding chunks, draw them to the render target, and then you'd change the UV. So the you could have millions, a 1 million times 1 million grid, potential grid, but you only display 1000 by 1000 of it at a time in a render target, to be sampled by the materials. If that makes sense. So, yeah, usually the best way to go is CPU first, and then GPU just for visualizing it and whatnot. And there's if I open up the project... Also, my voice is a bit hoarse for some reason. I think I was yelling too much earlier. Just being, autistic and stuff. But if I go into the project, also check this out. I've got a little like shortcut, key press thing over here for the tutorials and shit. And I also have a mouse zoom follow kind of thing. How's that? Although this is a standalone application, so it actually zooms in on that, so I can't like zoom in and do key presses and shit, but I just thought that would be handy for when I'm doing the thing with the stuff. The character tutorials. Also, where is the... no, that's that. Seven Ray, using word partition feature for Prismatica? No. If you rewind, I did answer that question just earlier. Was it you that asked that, or was it someone else that asked? Oh no, it was Whispers. Am I going to use world partition? Yeah, if you rewind like 10 minutes, I go on about how something. More than 1,000 instances in the scene, keeping the Z value of those instances in the text is too expensive to move all of them in the CPU. That's why I moved all to GPU. What does that generate? Instance collider, that's not a read. Ah, gotcha. It might be worth, for something like that, where you are, moving heaps of things like that. You could look into mass, which is like a kind of ECS approach to, computing. So it does like bulk calculations rather than, dip into this object, run all of its stuff, one by one, dip out, dip into the next object, run all of its stuff, where it has to like keep switching and accessing different parts of memory and shit. For like using mass, it's like, we know that everything needs to, do this thing with its Z value. Therefore, let's do all of that stuff in one big go. And then, yeah. So that could be something to look into if it's within your capabilities, because it's pretty hairy, and I haven't touched it yet. Which one's that? That's called Zoom to Mouse. Zoom to Mouse. It's like it's a Lua script. Also, no, I haven't activated Windows, but sometimes it just disappears. And then the this one is called KeyViz. So I really need to wee. You know what? I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Not sure I understand. Not sure what you're talking about, but as I understand, it's not completely wrong approach to things again. Yeah. Yeah. You can look up mass, so MASS, for Unreal, and that might kind of point you in the right direction for some things, but yeah. Also, also, Jed, how you doing? I forgot you don't stream on Monday. It's Monday. I thought it was Tuesday. Something's wrong with me. I also wanted to... This? Is that? No, that's not it. Where's the, What am I... That's that. Oh, because that... No, that's fine. Then the black overlay. That has my... This is back there. But then... That needs to go... So there's the trees overlay. There's my main screen. Taskbar there, but then image 4 needs to go what up? Is that right? And then what's this one? That's the little black overlay bar. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we're good. Pardon me. Just dying from heat. It's freezing here. I'm freezing my ass off. So, yeah, plug-in stuff. Also not sure where the extra performance juicing is coming from. Nothing really changed under the hood on my end. It might be Niagara thing in 5. We'll investigate. Okay, try zooming in real close to the lower right, back and forth river. Lower right. This one. This one here. Yep. Right up to the water. Yeah, it will. Yeah, it's using a DDX DDY. You mean the pixelation stuff? Yours much worse. Ah, okay. Yeah, mate, I might just tone it down a bit. It's not supposed to be that strong. I think I overtuned it for some reason, but I forget why. Alright, let me see yours. Imgur. Oh, right. Why would it be doing that? Oh, maybe it's a... Do you have TAA turned off? Or a different aliasing method? Oh, also, what's going on with the... Yeah, your water looks a lot angrier than mine up here. It might be your distance field density, or like distance, is different to mine. some reason. But yeah, I might tune back that DDX, DDY stuff just because it is a bit extreme. I was also thinking, right? This might be a bit extreme. This might be a bit crazy. But I was actually thinking for the water, at least in my game, I might actually do the foam as a separate mesh. So have like the water spline and then just do a mesh, a duplicated mesh that is, you know, just a masked material that just does the water foam, almost like a shell layer. And just have like a switch in here that figures it out or some shit. I don't know. Let's see where I put the dude. Where da man go? Where da man go? Here we go. Foam normal strength. It's at 100 right now. Put it down to 10. Much better. There is still some fuckery here. I think that's to do with RVT compression. It's kind of unavoidable. Or maybe that's distance fields. I think that's RVT stuff, yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. I did want to see if in 5.5 they've fixed RVTs doing... Oops. Fix RVTs blending in the normal channel. So I wish this didn't fucking... Fuck you. Just go there. Then you fuck off. And then you fuck off more. There we go. I wonder if I can reposition that more. Settings. Appearance. Is that margin edge of the screen? Oh, okay. That's fine, I guess. Yeah, I wish it had different up and down. Anyway. So... Content. I'll go to PrismaticaDev. Browse to... Nope. Browse to here. Do you have Steam Link for your game? No, I don't. My game isn't far along enough in development to warrant a Steam page. I'll be doing that maybe in a year or two. So I don't know access to the channel like I think. Well, I think it's just the Z value that's kind of fucked. But I will check. It's like when you use the opacity value, it can like do this weird flip-flopping between positive and negative values, which I never figured out why. So let me get a dude. Is this one doing the water data? Yeah. So if I just get like the normals and then I'll add div. I'll put that into the emissive color. Obviously nothing's going into the... Yeah. It's super weird. Let's go to here now. Just my whole water dude. I'm gonna do some water stuff today. Some waves and implement that shoreline idea that you were doing, Jed. Or that I got you to do. I convinced you to do. Where's my RVT? Oh, here it is. This is going into the base color. And then normal. So if I didn't do this and just went straight into the normals. Oh, I wonder if I could store it all in the positive side of the normals. But yeah, I mean, you can see here, it's just super fucked up. Like, the... what's it called? If I just get the B channel... It's not break, what is it? Mask. Mask the B. Mask the vertical. Yeah, this thing. It's just fucked, basically. It doesn't know whether it's up or down or whatever. You know, the draw material, driving the gradient in the arch on the base color, another sign, type thing in the G. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I wonder then if I could, with the normals. No, because it's going to go, yeah, down to negative and then up to positive regardless of... Let me try this. So remap it. But I think even this is busted. Looks... Yeah, okay, the very edges has like a weird fuckerization in it. And there's something funky going on here. I mean, that might not be the worst thing in the world. Oh, and then is river. Go to the normals. But then if it's going into the normals, this would have to be 075 to be like the default. The default. Yeah, it's still a bit fucky. But I mean, they are blending together not terribly. It's just the very edges that does stupid stuff to do with the B channel specifically. It might even, if I just use all three here, and I wouldn't need to do that, wouldn't need to unpack it. Then this all works fine. Well, I'd need to put in like a default color plane. But yeah, you can see all this actually looks okay. And the thing is that the normals are like way higher quality than anything else, really. There's a bit of, you know, confusion there. It's understandable. Oh, this isn't bad, actually. Is it like... So this whole plane here is drawing to water data. So what is your material? And then to the water data. You know, I'll do a separate one. It's just a big plane. 100 by 100. 110. 125. There we go. Is that still within the things though? I don't think so. Move them up. Cool. So this is going to be RVT, new material, water data default RVT. Or water data default RVT color. Color. Default RVT color. That's going to go to there. This is going to draw to the water data. And then need to actually assign it a thing. RVT out. Runtime output. It's crazy. So then the default color, if it's O blah blah blah, O blah blah blah, I mean, I could do the R and the G, because the R and the G blend nicely. Maybe I do R and G as, you know, whatever's getting... Oh, fuck. How does it even know? No, I can draw negatives to the normal output, right? Let's just do the, Let me wrap my head around this real quick. We're just going to go translucency sort order. You're going to be negative quazillion. Negative quazillion. Okay, so now it is drawing. There, it's in the volume, which is good. And that's just a debugger. So this is our default color here. Kind of looks off for some reason. Oh, that's because I did 0505. Ooh, what? Because I think for the... Yeah, no. I should probably be able to do that. But then this at 0.5, which is then when we sample, when we view the normals. So if I go to this one, which is the Prismatiscape, RVT, or water data RVT viewer. And then this is the Prismatiscape water data default color. Underscore water data RVT underscore default color. Cool. And then this is the water data RVT viewer. Right. So if we just get the normal out into here, then let's just go to our default fella. Default. So if this is 0... actually, you know what? Let's just do linear. Well, let's do a texture. Texture... We'll do text coord. Or just linear gradient. And then just sign. So we have negative, positive, negative. And then just make 3 vector... 0, 0, and then some positive to negative bullshit. Wow. Thank you, Unreal. Cannot replace existing object of a different class. Color editor only data. I don't fucking know. Some bullshit. Nike, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Right, so the viewer is normals. Add 1, divide by 2 into the emissive. That bit's easy. Then the default color. What are the default color? Alright, now we go linear. Or fucking linear gradient. To assign. And then I'll just go make it 2. Append. This boy into there, into the normal. No, I don't want to open shit. Just save it. Don't you fucking dare crash on me. Cool. So then this viewer dude, we should be able to see. I forgot that this one's up there. That can just fuck off for now. Right, we've got a bunch of stuff going to the normals and shit. Is that the default drawer? Yeah. Is that doing any? Yeah, it is. Oh, right, that's these things. So why is it not... Right, because it gets normalized. Right, the normals get normalized. That is why it's a pain in the ass. I can remember now. The normals get normalized in the texture. I'm like pretty sure. That's why we don't get a gradient here. Whereas if these were like 1 and 1, it would have something to normalize against. Hence, we could then get a gradient. Yeah, okay, no, I remember why the normals is so fucking hard to work with. It's because it gets normalized. And that's what causes that weird banding at some point. But then what am I doing here to make it look good? Well, I guess when it is all above 0... When it's all above 0... No, because then... Yeah, no, I don't think it's worth trying to do it here. Because again, it does get normalized. Or the B channel gets... What, computed based on the other two or some shit? So I guess the normals you can use R and G. But the blue channel's kind of useless. And because I want, like, the flow, direction, and strength, doing it in the base color is just, like, the way to go. So that means our default color needs to be just like this. The other thing is that the... do I even need, like, the B? The blue color? I don't fucking know. Like, do we need to know... What's density's O2? Let me check mine. It's in project settings. Voxel density. Mine's at 0.4 for distance fields. Don't know why. But that's just what mine is. Yeah, see if that makes it look more like mine. Why is this? What is this? Can that just like piss off? Or is that drawing to anything? Run. Time. Water data. Right, that's not the is that? No, that is the default color, man. I think. I don't freaking know. And this is just a viewer, yeah. And then in here, in our water shit. So yeah, maybe I can still use the normals channel for something. Maybe for the ocean versus nothing versus shoreline versus river mask. I do need to differentiate lakes and ocean and... Oh, I don't know. There's some things I can differentiate between just like disabling, you know, bits on the material. So like a lake and an ocean, they don't need any data aside from the shoreline. But like, is a lake ever going to be right next to or like conjoined to an ocean? Not really. Maybe the... Yeah. Like, there'd be enough distance between that I can just be like... Oh, yeah, like, this uses the... Because the way I'm thinking of setting it up is there's, like, a bunch of static switches, and then... So, all of the water is, like, the same. Same shader. But just with, like, some static switches. So, like, the difference between... So, there's, like, a river... which is just a river. It doesn't need any of the ocean logic. But then where the river joins the ocean, we might need both, you know, kind of effects in the water. And then when we're just in the ocean, we only need the ocean water shader. But in the river one, we need both combined. Or where the river meets the ocean, we need both combined. And so, like, a lake doesn't necessarily need to be... you know, masked using an RVT or whatever. It can just not run the ocean waves in the first place. What about a lock? Fuck, I don't know. No idea. I'm too dumb. Right, this thing here. So this should be 05, 05, 05. So yeah, this is our flow map for the river and the water and the blah 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 blah. Which then, yes, looks good down there. Oh, so that can be hidden and still, yeah. Let's go hidden in-game. Or, no, what is it? Draw main pass. Never in main pass, always in the dude. Same as like, but with the Scottish bull checked. True. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it, Gravia. We'll stay in tune about it, but I don't know. Some things are just... I don't know. So the phone mics, everything looks great. Yeah, gotcha. It also looks like it might be something to do with the RVT settings, the water data RVT settings. Just in general. Because, like, yeah, the banding here that you can see just here, this is from runtime virtual texture compression stuff. So maybe, like, changing the RVT's, like, resolution and or size and whatever. I mean, I know you're looking in the test level, so it's kind of hard. Oh, you know, there's no chance that it's really that different, but yeah. Running around in lag. True. True. Kind of want to see it. Maybe later. Maybe later we'll do that. Also, does the character... No, the character starts here in this version. I was supposed to move it back up to there, but... Yoller. Yoller. Yola. But do you see the blood shader? True. True. Alright, so what do we want to work on today? There's a couple of options. I know we're already an hour in to the stream. But we can do some physical what is this? Right, okay. Yeah. That was from a video. We get rid of that. I just needed this level to... Alright, why is that so, like... There we go. Oh, sorry, character. So. Oh, right, I keep left-clicking, which I shouldn't be doing. So, we can do character movement things. Which could be fun. Yes, there is on-screen keys. Correct. Oh, yeah, true. Oh, right, yeah, it does. Yeah, it holds it down and then... Oh, God. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many things that I can be working on, you know? Where's the fucking... Oh, it's G. No, is it? There we go. So that's a bit loud. Oops. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I should probably do like jump animations at some point as well. Just for debugging, obviously, because this is all... The animations aren't real. But I mean, like, it works. Music highly audible? True. Alright, let me, how's that? Why is Unreal not just like Blender? Why isn't Blender not like Unreal? You know? Right, first thing I wanted to look at was the... Continue what you're working on. You are looking at my fully physical character movement system, which is fully physical and a character movement system. So usually in like character movement systems, you kind of cheat and you take a lot of shortcuts. But in this system, everything runs on the physics engine, down to like modeling the feet by using a ball. So when the way this character is moving currently is they lean over, then they start to fall, but then their feet catch up to them by like rotating. So there's never any like thrusters or any like added forces. It's all just transferal of angular momentum to, you know, linear momentum. And so obviously it's very challenging. So this character is actually balancing in real time, and I can make them fall over if they like trip like this. Okay, maybe not like that, but they can fall over, and they do fall over quite often. I feel like it's a little bit... Oh, do I want to go... Yes, yeah. It's literally a ball bot, but in Unreal for the sake of having characters that can fall over and be like knocked over, and also display different kind of different kind of balance behaviors. So this is our air control, which I feel like can be lower. What's 90? What's halfway between 90 and 180? What's 90 plus 45? 135. And then this can go down to 360. So this is our torque limit. So this determines how much we can actually, like, how much force we can actually do on our fella. Which also kind of, yeah, affects our acceleration. There's our torque scaling, torque limit. Maybe that can go to 540. Just so it's a little bit... I mean, I don't want it to be too, like, sluggish. But yeah, you can see when I'm in the air, I can kind of reorient. Olympic test map for this. True. But yeah, we can do things like crouch and then like jump on the spot because we lean. So when we crouch and then lean and then jump. And then also things like if we jump and then go the other way, we will land face or like, you know, immediately trying to go left. Although it's very overtuned. Which is maybe to do with the friction of the ball. Which is set to 2. I might set it back to 1. And there was also that kind of, yeah, the fucking, this thing, the experimental soft collision stuff, which is no longer there. Do I have to re-enable that? What about soft? What was that called? Does the crouch jump add more force to the jump? Well, the crouching is a part of the jump. So the jumping actually works by... There's like a spring. You can kind of see it when we land. There's a spring between the ball and the body. That's like your knee joints. So your legs are the spring in real life. And so before the jump, we make that spring, you know, like the target position closer together. And then when we let go, we move it back to the original position. And it springs the character up. So again, we're never adding any forces. And it also means that if we were on a floating platform, which I think that is... No, that is not a floating platform. This one might be. If we're on a floating platform and we jump, we will move the platform down. Let me make it a lot lighter. Oh, arse? I meant mass. Let's go 100. Oh, I didn't mean to attach myself to it. Okay, yeah. Cool. Alright, so if we jump, you can see that it, like... We can't jump as high on this, because when we jump, we push it kind of out of the way. And yeah, as we, like, move around it, our feet are moving it around as much as it moves us around. Because there's, you know, two-way friction shit going on. So if I, like, run around this way, I can spin it. Like that bit in Conker's Bad Fur Day, where you've got to, like, run around the... it's like a tap. To make all the prune juice come out, so that the sheep drink the prune juice and, like, diarrhea everywhere. You know the bit I'm talking about? And now I'm treadmilling. Actually, if I go down into the middle, I can make it go even faster now. Yeah. And so the animation is determined by the rotation of the ball. And so if I'm just, like, standing still, and this is moving, my character's kind of trying to maintain position. But you can see that, yeah, like, the ball... The animation is relative to the surface that we're moving on. usually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did that earlier core, but because I remember doing it, I think one of these has, yeah, the values set, but I just can't see it, which means I'd have to, what, turn it on, I guess. So it was P, physical material. Show experimental properties. And then in this one, yeah, I can't see them anymore. But then I could go to Fizz. Fizz, dude. PPCMS, character, feet, ball. And so, friction, yeah, 0.8, whatever. Restitution, lowish. And then there was the show experiment. Oh, yeah, see, it still isn't. I don't know. It's not super relevant yet. So yeah, that's like this system. But yeah, I think the... Sorry, yeah. Thanks for that, Chopson. What's our red? That's our stride target, which is just continuously going bigger and bigger and bigger. So when I'm in the air, so the entire overlay load? No, I shouldn't. It should be... That's this one. That's this one. But this is the... Yeah, so old one. And then this is the proper one. I think it's fine. Right, so we've got the distance to impact, and then that sets the angular velocity target of the feet. But I actually need to, rather than doing this, it should be the target stride linear velocity being zeroed out. So this should actually go straight to here. The target should be based on our distance to the ground. Just add that pin, put you into there. So this way, while we're in the air, we're still going to like calculate our desired foot stuff. But we don't want it to instantly go like completely bonkers when we hit the ground. You know? So if I go here and then I go that way. Yeah, maybe it needs to be a bit more forgiving. Maybe up to like 200 units. Well, so at 200 units, stop thingoing. Maybe it should even be like... What's the radius of the ball? Should Probably be like that, because distance... Although distance to impact only starts when we're falling. Yeah, because we just need to be able to, like, go this way. Yeah, like in the air and then go that way. But if we jump and we want to continue that way, then... Yeah, no, it needs to come back sooner. So why won't it... Because that then has to do this kind of shit. I just write angular velocity, rotate vector, max speed, angular, blah, 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 blah. Figure out how fast our balls need to be moving linear to catch up with the shaft. So that is contact center of mass length. That's to stabilize. Yeah, so this is correct, but just... Maybe that should be closer, and then this should be even higher. Because, yeah, like, we still want our feet to maybe move when we're in the air. I don't know, do we? I don't know, shit. Because, yeah, when we jump and then land, and we're going... Let's say we're going this direction, we jump, we land. Because our feet start completely thingoed, then we're schwingoed. You know what I mean? Distance to impact. Oh, should this be swapped? No, that's not right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure distance to impact doesn't... Okay, yeah, you can see there it's all fine. If I go up and then... Yeah, okay. Shouldn't be changed. Well, maybe we go like 100 units. Oh no, sorry, that's this. And then 100 units. 1 to 0. So then, you know, let me get off there. So we've got our ball. Oh, you son of a bitch. Did I? That should be 0 to 1. Whoops. Glitchered! Hello, hello. How's it going? Currently working on some balls. Yeah. Oh, right, because that will... Okay, so that little bit there is to orient ourselves. Yeah. And then the actual zoop. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so you can see it start spinning up again as we get closer to the... Oh, it's distance to impact. It's distance to impact, not height to impact. Because obviously it's 3D. So it's this bit here, the whole distance here. So as that approaches 100, then we start spinning up our feet. So then we can keep going. So it does have to be a bit more forgiving. Because... Unless I need to just fucking factor in the acceleration. No, it looks pretty good. Yeah. The other thing is that the feet thingers, the kind of like max force on the feet is pretty fucking crazy. But yeah, we also do a... I target stride linear... Wait, plus target stride linear velocity. So that's acceleration, linear stride velocity, add that, blah, 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 blah. The velocity acceleration... this is like counter movement to your feet. So like as I move this way, we like want our feet to kind of either stop or like move the other way so that we can lean faster. Which is good, yeah. I might even lower the friction a bit more, honestly, on the feet. If I put that at 0.1, I don't even know if this is the correct fucking thing. Okay, yeah, it is the correct thing, yes. Right, and we also need a slippage, you know, like a foot slip thing. Like a foot locking mechanism. Oh my god, stop doing that. Fuck. Like, the more our feet slip, we need to, like, lock down the stuff. So, we essentially want to set our, what, our target velocity... Oh, no, our target lean to 0. Where do I calculate slippage? That would be... Oh, determine slip amount. Right here. Physics linear velocity of the thing. And then the stride linear velocity. Yeah, and compare them. That gives us current slip amount. Which if we then look at in here... We could just debug that somewhere. Oh, you know what? I'll do it in the actual debug. Draw debugs. Debug draws. How do I want to draw this? I kind of want to draw it, like, off to the side of the character. As like a kind of... Oh, maybe I'll just draw it backwards from the... Yeah, the current stride. So current stride... linear velocity. Slip... Oh. Slip amount. Yep, current slip amount. And that's just going to be the current linear velocity. Well, this multiplied by -1. Multiplied by this dude. That's going to be our thinger. So it starts at the contact point. It's then going to be this value to here. Oh, actually, this value to here, sorry. And then that is where... So this can be green. Green is a good color for slipping. Maybe yellow, banana peel. This is called slip amount. And then I might scale it or something. So slip amount... Hello? Why is it? Okay, our slip amount is like giga big. Surely that's not right. Let's do normalize. Do that and then multiply it by some float value. You know, 50 or something. Make the thickness 10 and this 14. I don't fucking know. So we should get like a little fill-up bar. This one. Why is that going so... Right, because our slip amount isn't... Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. All right, so our slip amount. What value is it? Max slippage. Who's Max? What a weird name. Max slippage. Alright, let's see. So it goes high value. Oh, so it's just the difference in length. So I want to probably, like, I don't know, make it way smaller. Lengthwise. Okay, no, that might be fine. It's just -1. Okay, yeah. So as we start slipping, our slip amount goes higher. So if I go this way and then I go back this way, it's like, oh god. I'm slipping, shit. And then obviously if I go up here, our slip amount is just like kind of going nuts. Because we're trying to balance, but it's like, what the fuck? So when we slip... So there's like an acceptable range of slipping, right? Map range clamped. And that's between like... I don't know, maybe 25? And maybe 100. So that's our 0, 1 value. Is this going to be... yeah, let's quickly just do this. So then what do we want to do with this slip amount? When we start slipping... What happens to people when they start slipping? You know? You try and slow down, I guess. You try and stop your acceleration, but like smoothly. Because if you then try and... Here's the problem, right? If you are We counterbalance but swiftly. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Let's say we were smart humans, though. If we were slipping like this, like we're just... If we just said, try and completely go to 0 velocity, we would just, like, counterbalance completely in the wrong direction and do dumb shit. Which is maybe what we want. But we kind of want it to... like, smooth itself down to 0. Unless we do, like, a smoothed slip amount. That could be a way of doing it, actually. But if I go... Let's just put our feet friction to, like, 0.3 and static friction 0.3. So now, like, we should be, yeah, like, slipping a lot when we kind of try and just do anything. Because, like, once we're moving, we're fine, you know? We're already, like, moving along. We've already got our momentum. It's when we try and change that direction that we start to slip. And then once we start slipping enough... we, like, slip out of control, like this. Like that. And we don't want that to happen, because that looks dumb. In fact, I still feel like the fucking... the torque of the torso is just, like, too strong. Let's put that down to 90 in the air. And, like... It's 360 minus 45, 315. Because, like, a character needs to be able to fall over. Or, like, it needs to be physically easy for a character to fall over. Like, for example, if I just disable the character's feet... from doing anything. Yeah, okay, yeah. We can just fall over. We can just straight up fall over. If we, like, lean, but yeah. Okay, that feels better. Because, like, we can lean over like this, but as soon as we pass our center of gravity... As soon as our center of gravity passes our fulcrum zone... on our feet, or, like, you know, our feet square, then it's inevitable that we fall over without rebasing our feet. Which this models nicely at the moment. Because if I've overtuned it, right, then I can just, like, you know, fucking, like, Michael Jackson it. You know, I can, like, lean all the way over and then just come back up without moving the feet. So that's a nice value. But now, the feet do feet things. We also need a... Like, how fast is that going? That's going, like, really, really fast. And our feet look stupid. So we need to have a maximum stride length. Which I do actually set... max feet angular, right here. And so that gets set on begin play as a thing. I really need to clean this up at some point. Where's our begin play shit? Okay, so we set it to 800, which is our, like, sprinting speed. Even that feels a bit crazy. We actually set it as the max physics angular velocity. But yeah, if I set that to 100, then our feet should only be able to move, like, 100 units. Yeah, it goes really slow. It can't go further than that. So even 800 just seems really stupid. But then you look at, like, Usain Bolt, can run at 1,000 units. 10 meters per second. Wait, is that right? Yeah, that's fucked up. I guess it's because our feet ball is, like, relatively small versus our, like, animated stride. Maybe I should... I don't know. I mean, yeah, technically you could do that with your feet. But obviously you wouldn't want to. Just trying to think, do we want to change the maximum... We could alter the clamp. So this clamp over here, we could alter the clamp based on our current actual, like, target speed. No, that doesn't make sense, does it? It's gonna be interesting when you start adding wind into the mix, see how that impacts things such as let you run faster with the tail. And yeah, I mean, yeah, 100%. That's like part of this whole thing. And like running against the wind as well. So you could do like some, like sandstorm mechanics where like you've got to like hide behind pillars as the wind blows. And then when the wind dies off, you can like go between them and shit. Yeah, that's definitely like on the cards. 100 billion%. So that's in degrees. So yeah, I was thinking maybe that this... I don't know. Let's just go back to our slippage value, which I had here. When we start to slip, gonna have to simulate wind occlusion though. Yes, that's kind of easy. You can just do that with a line trace in the wind direction, or you can kind of pre-compute it for some structures where, like, if you're in this volume, then the wind just gets either like toned down or not. But yeah, just simple line traces should be able to do that pretty well. Although I was thinking, this is kind of... I don't know. I was thinking of doing like a large-scale wind simulation on the CPU. Just like a very coarse grid-based one. So that wind would kind of like blow through like valleys and stuff. You know? Same with like temperature simulation. Like a tile-based temperature, like, average temperature. I could just fucking do the whole weather system, really. Just so it's, just for things like, the temperature in a cave is more stable than the temperature outside where, like, there's direct exposure from the sun. Or, like, yeah, if there's, like, a valley behind a mountain, it would just be cooler. Or it would receive less sunlight, but then obviously wind could do shit. So that's like something I want to look at to some degree, which might be a good test of the Prismatic Texel Painter idea for doing like gameplay related CPU grid things that then get reflected in a render target. So instead of just having a global wind value, that's like, oh, the wind is blowing in this direction, whatever. There could be an actual grid, like a grid texture, that the foliage could read from. So you could technically have wind going in two directions. You know, getting split around something. Yeah. Maybe the wind hits the thing which has a tag. Is it going to do something? So I'd probably do it more like a listener thing. Doesn't the wind all come to one place? Yeah. So the wind in general, because it might even, you know what might even be funny? Is if I did this whole, if I did a wind/weather simulation, my idea might actually just arise from having the hotter parts, because, you know, obviously the sun is at the center. So it's like deserty and hot around the sun, but then as you go further out, it's cooler. If I actually did a weather simulation, it probably would create a big, like, donut vortex going from the outside to the inside. But then obviously the wind would, like, go around mountains and stuff properly. And maybe, like, the backsides of the mountains would have less wind and that kind of thing. Yeah, flat Earth confirmed, exactly. Main event dispatcher could work also. So the way I would do it is there would be like a wind or weather manager, and things that need to be affected by the wind would have a wind component. So rather than the wind dispatching to things, things would ask the wind what their current, you know, what they should be doing right now. So it's essentially the same thing. Like the wind is only, you know, affected by, or the wind only affects things. There's no like wasted processing, I guess. But it's just the other way around. They're asking, because a lot of my game logic is like staggered across multiple frames. So it'll be like, okay, update this character, and then the next frame, update this character, and then the next frame, update this character. And whenever they get updated, they will ask, oh, what is my current sun exposure? You know, like, am I in direct sunlight? If so, then I need to increase my temperature, which then increases the temperature of things in my backpack, and so food spoils quicker if you're just sitting around in the sun. And while it does that, it would ask, oh, what's my current wind value? And it would then be like, okay, well, according to the global wind grid, the current wind is this thing, then do a local occlusion check to determine whether you're, like, behind a tree or in a building or whatever. And then it would get its current wind, you know, the wind affectation value, which would then, you know, apply physics to the character. But also things like, you know, if it's windy, then what's it called when you emit or you lose heat? I'd say we're saying, isn't it resource intensive? It depends how it's implemented, but because I'm staggering it over multiple frames, then it shouldn't get too crazy. But the trouble is that wind is everywhere. It's not just like wind is like an overlap box. The wind is everywhere all the time. And so rather than updating everyone all the time, it's just the things that need to be updated, you know, are just going to ask the wind, oh, what's my current wind thing? Wind is a field. Exactly. Maybe data fields is a good word for it. Data fields. Like a wind field, temperature field, soil fertility field, a snow cover field. Yeah. Things like wind simulation would only be updated every half second. Anyways. Yeah, exactly. And you can do things like, let's say we're blowing characters around. We can just be like, oh, what is your current... Or let's say something a bit more expensive, like a buoyancy simulation, where we need to check what is this character's... what's the current water level if this character was in this position at this time. And we'd have to, like, do our sum of sines or Gerstner waves calculation to figure out, okay, the water should be up here, but the character's down here, so apply this force. What we could do is... just get that calculation once, and then apply that force over multiple frames. And then, 10 frames later, check the water height again. And, then we only have to check... We have to do the complex part, 1 in 10 frames. But then we can just, add force at location on every other frame. And that should kind of interpolate between the heavy calculations. And then, for a buoyancy manager, we would do like, okay, let's get your water height first, then the next frame we're going to get yours, the next frame yours, the next frame yours, the next frame yours. And that way we're not like... Because one thing I want to avoid, and it's something that I try and do with most things, is... I guess tick lists? I don't know what to call them. It's essentially like a tick, like on frame, do this thing. Every frame, calculate this thing. Except it's a bunch of things in a list, and it just goes from top to bottom, and then back around to the top to the bottom, and just scans through the list, but like ticking one every frame. Which, it's like, it's different from a tick group, but I don't know. A tick queue. Yeah. Round robin ticking, exactly. And then you could split that into, LODs, so things that are further away. Let's say there's like 100 things total. You could get the 10 closest to you and put them in list number 1, and so they will get updated every 10th frame. But then you've got the other 90 in this other list that are a bit further away from you. And, they will take... It'll have to go through 90 things before it gets to the other one again. You can cache if you use tick. Well, that's kind of what we'd be doing with a circular queue or a circular buffer. Is like, we calculate the thing, we cache it until we get the next update. And then, and we can use that cached value for a bunch of things, So, like, for example, if our character was out in the open and they were in direct sunlight, and they figured out, okay, yeah, on this tick, yeah, I'm in direct sunlight, and then it's going to wait 10 ticks, or it's going to be like 20 ticks until we ask them again. If another actor needed to know whether that character was in the sun or not, they could just get the cached value and be like, oh yeah, like, there's this potion that if it's in the sun, in direct sunlight, it explodes or something. A big video of Unreal Engine man who worked in Sea of Thieves. Maybe? I don't know, actually. I remember there's been a few, like, good Unreal, like, official videos coming out lately. I do need to, like, go through and watch them all a fair bit. Mindo! Really know, learn a lot from your tutorials. Thanks. No worries. Thank you for watching. Thank you very much. Okay, so what do we want to do if we start slipping? Had to do something similar to avoid same sound being played within a few frames of each other, making it twice as loud bit. You can kind of do that with, there's some inbuilt stuff about concurrency. And you can have concurrency groups in Unreal. So that particular sounds, you know, if there's already 5 playing, it won't play anymore. Or it can, there's like some smart stuff it can do with, to do with, yeah, kind of like that stuff, but it will prioritize things that are closer or louder. So if there's like, let's say you've got like 100 characters walking, and every one of those characters is saying, oh yeah, on footstep, play a footstep sound. You can have concurrency settings that will make it so only the ones that are closest to you, or that are overall the loudest, you know, with your listening point in mind, it'll only play them, or like prioritize them. So if there's something quieter that's in the middle of playing further away, it will then cancel that one to make room for one that's closer to you. There's some pretty, like, yeah, smart stuff. With, like, the meta sounds shit in Unreal. Do my simulation stuff on async threads and update on various secrets. Yeah, that's something I need to look into at some point, because I mean, yeah, async is kind of just awesome. A lot of cool shit you can do. Someone did an async gather of the Prismatiscape shapes. I forget who it was, but they were in the last stream saying, oh yeah, I made Prismatiscape asynchronous. And I was like, that's lit. So like with hundreds of characters, you can save like an entire millisecond by doing it async. Or like on another thread. I don't know if it was actually async. Well, I mean, it would have to be async if it was on another thread, but anyway. Okay, so back on topic. When a person starts to slip, what do they do? They try to, I guess we should just try and get our character to stand up straight. So it should just be like current slip amount. That's the velocity acceleration. Target lean vector should go to target lean vector fulcrum tour. Yeah, so if current slip amount, so let's do a little vector select, vector lerp, vlerp. So as this goes up to 1, more slippage, then let's just try and stand upright. Or, no, target lean vector, that's our overall target lean vector, which isn't the same as our target lean vector should just be, fuck, our stabilization vector. Current relative velocity, current velocity acceleration. Determine target lean vector, which is stable vector plus the leaning stuff. So this would just be, do we, that's stable vector. I can do it here, but I should probably do it in there. But for now, we'll just say, as we start slipping, do that. As we start Doing the thing. Do that. And so that should essentially balance our character, because that will then fulcrum torque. Current values. Yeah. I think our aggregation ticks to manage scale and Sea of Thieves. That's the official name of that video. Hell yeah! Awesome, awesome. That sounds good. Is that aggregation ticks? Is that kind of like, yeah, circular dudes? I don't know. Was multi-threaded, not specifically async. Got it. Hi, Prawns. Thank you very much for the raid. How was the stream? I think about ticks. All you need to do is any groups together, similar component ticks. Something I should know. I did see that, cool guy. I did see that. Because that's pretty much like... That's to do... It isn't like a round robin tick thingo, but it's like... Oops, wrong button. It's like to do with like caching and stuff, isn't it? Ooh, okay, this works. This works well. We just tell this to be like, oh, go up there. And that then... Okay, this is good. This is good. So as we start slipping, our character tries not to eat shit, which is really good. By, yeah, saying, oh, I want my stable... I want my lean vector to match my stable vector when we're slipping. So the more we're slipping, the character will essentially slow down. Which means if I go up here... Yeah, it's going to try and... I mean, yeah, this is correct. I mean, this... Yeah, we're not, like, falling over and eating shit, which is a good sign. Oh, now we're... Oh, no, that's just because we're... I need to do something about the walls. Ah, this works. This just works good. And keep in mind, this is with very low friction on the ball. This is like 0.3 friction. So this is like having wet shoes in a kitchen. Or like having, you know, fucking... having Vans on in like a commercial kitchen where you're just like... it might be a little bit too aggressive, though. Maybe I should clamp it here. So there's always a 10%, you know. And then here go up to like 200 or something. Because, yeah, I do want us to be able to, like, slip and eat shit, basically. Because, like, what's that? Okay, that goes up to, like, 50-ish. Maybe I'll do this to 50. And 200. And then have the clamp. Yeah, nice. Okay, that just... Yeah, that works quite well. And yeah, you saw there, I was like slipping, but the character stabilized quite nicely. Let me just make a flat dude. Do that there. Oops. Okay, that's cursed. Let me just go here. Okay, so we still... Bad things still happen. I should probably try and... we don't want to, like, limit the... Yeah, because the slip amount is, like, very extreme. But we do try and keep... Alright, you know what, maybe... Because I want the player to be able to, like, input some skill. Maybe we'll do it like this. Where we half help the player. But I want to avoid this, right? Like, cartoon fucking spinning out and shit. And so why is that happening? That's because the target... The stride target is, like, giga high. And that's because the velocity target is here, but we're not reaching it, so it's just like, oh, like, let's go nuts. So... I guess the more we slip, we need to either clamp or... I think clamping it makes sense. So clamp, current slip amount, clamp our... Where is the slip? The slip thing. I might even, like, hard code that in here. So in the determined slip amount, the slip amount is the vector length remapped here. And then the slip amount is the 0 to 1. So this would be called the current slip. You know what? This is current slip length. And then we'll make a variable named current slip. Current slip factor. Which is like the mapped version of it. Where's 75 there? So then up here, we can just be like slip factor. Slip factor, when slipping, try and maintain upward, or, you know, stable vector leaning. And then also, when slipping, 1 minus this. 1 minus. And multiply this. Our clamp. Although that's max feet angular, not the actual target. So maybe the target should also get Jotun here. That's right, angular velocity. I mean, it should really be... No, it makes sense to put it here. Also, thanks, I hate it. Can you just, like, fucking not? Cool. So then, yeah, when we start doing... Okay, so there we just eat shit. Which isn't ideal. Like, current slip factor... 0 to 1. 0 being that. 1 minus. Slip factor. So the slip length is 50. Then we're not slipping. AKA that. And if we are slipping, then it's that. Which would mean, if I flip that on its head, if we're not slipping, that's 1. If we are slipping, this would be 0.25. Which is a bit crazy. to this part. Well, I'd want to do that. Yeah, that, then 1 minus. Math. Nice. Oh, God. Cool. Alright, let's just get off the... So cursed. Oh, you could see there, yeah, we did like a little skid. So again, slip amount up to about 50 is like acceptable. Keep in mind we have very slippery shoes on. Oh, I can't see shit. Did I fall over? No, I'm still alive. Alright, so if I'm going this way, and then I go whoop. Oh, that was a bit funky, but acceptable still. Why is that happening though? Oh, I guess because we're trying to say go up. But then it's doing some shit. Maybe that... I mean, the problem is that the velocity acceleration factor... Because that's current velocity acceleration, rather than the difference between... That's here. Whereas our target lean vector is adjusted by the slippage. So that means that our feet are doing extra shit based on this, which then counteracts it completely. Which means our target lean vector is the velocity acceleration angle plus the stable vector equals the new target lean. Oh, so that means that this slip factor could literally just be the velocity acceleration. We want it to be 0. I mean, there's no difference between that and that, right? So that could just multiply current slip factor into there. Don't worry about this bit, because this ends up being the same number. But it then changes this value, which then means that our feet down here don't counter-rotate when we're trying to accelerate. What the fuck is... Hello? What did I fucking do? Why is that a spastic? Current slip factor... 1 minus. Well, do I want this to be inverted then, if I'm going to be using it like that? Term and slip, 50 to 200, 1 to 0.25. So, the slip factor is at 1 all the time. I mean, rather than calling it a slip factor, I guess we call it a traction factor. So when we have traction, it's 1. When we have less traction, it's lower. So then in here, we don't have to do the 1 minus. And it will just say, okay, when we've lost traction, zero out our current velocity acceleration, which will then mean we don't counterspin our feet. And then over here, we might not even need to slow down our target thinger, but I guess we'll find out. Yeah, slip amount is good. And then when it goes super... Okay, we're getting like a little feedback jiggle. Oh, that could just be because we're like losing... Ooh. You know what? That isn't bad. That kind of looks like they're flailing a little bit. But yeah, I think that spinning out is a little bit too fucking nuts. A little bit nuck and farts. So we're going to... I can't fucking delete. I need to close and open again. So we have the traction factor into here. Then that will slow our feet down. Although it's like, do we want to factor it in? If we do it here, then yeah, you can see that when we start slipping, we just eat shit because our feet can't keep up. I mean, there it's okay. Like, if we go like that, it's like, oh yeah, we like try to... Yeah. Like, imagine we have wet shoes and we're like sprinting and then we try and like stop really fast. You know? It's like, oh shit. We slip around a bit. If we didn't slow our feet down, okay, sorry, linear velocity based on keeping balance. So this already moves our feet backwards the other way because our desired stable vector, blah, 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 blah. So this is how much we're, like, leaning over and falling. Is it good? Oh, right. I'll have some in a minute. There's banana bread. Midnight banana bread. Or the 1 a.m. banana bread. Oops. Oh, fuck. What am I doing? The wrong button. Also, check out this. Did I show you guys this thing that this like screen follow script for like when I do tutorials and shit? So lit. So lit. So, how fast our balls need to be moving linearly to catch up to the shaft? That gives us our target linear velocity of the stride ball. Also distance to impact so that we don't do that when we're in the air as much. I might even put that up to like, I don't know. Thing is, when you try and stop, you're putting the entire soul of the shoe down and dig into the, not just the small contact point that's normal when running, lots of more friction when trying to stop. Yeah. I mean, that is true. But I think we just presume that we're running with full friction at all times. I think in that case, we would lower friction the faster we are. But I think for now, it doesn't matter too much. Rather than increasing friction when we stop, we would get rid of it when we move faster. But then here we have the current velocity acceleration, which we've now tuned down to 0. Oh, actually, should that be like... Because if the current velocity acceleration here, target relative XY velocity, if I did that down to 0. No, because then we would lean back the other way, which would cause more slippage. I think what we do want to do is just to, like... Yeah, just 0 it out. So we inject it here. Which then means the target stride linear velocity is from here. Our target stride linear velocity... Right, because that's cumulative. Current velocity acceleration, which is now 0, so we don't have any backspin. Then that gives us the target angular velocity, which then goes into our ball. So this should all work well enough. I think, yeah, the only problem is the feet spinning up a lot when we're, like, slipping. But yeah, it does look like we're slipping out. And that's, again, because we are. Because we've got our friction set to, like, fucking 0.3. So I think that's fine. I don't think we have to worry about this. Like, the super speed bullshit going on. Yeah. So let's put that up to 0.75 for now. Maybe 0.8. Oop, I just tied myself to that. So yeah, again, on the ice, we are not, you know, looking too hot. But it will, yeah, like it is easier to control on the ice now. Obviously, if we like try and do dumb stuff, then it will do dumb stuff. You know? But then over here, yeah, we've got like pretty much full, what's it called? Control. We've got all the friction we need to do most stuff. Where's our torque scaling? I might put that back up to 720. But I think the torque clamping is nice. But yeah, I just feel like sometimes it's not snappy enough. Although I need to factor in effort. As well as probably more backspin here. Or maybe that would be, like, if effort... Let's say our effort is at 0, right? Or like our, you know, laziness / urgency. Probably call it urgency. If it's at 0, then our character looks like this, you know? They, like, smoothly go, then when they want to slow, they, like, slow down normally. And if I go from here, and then I turn this way... You know, super smooth, very kind of lazy. Even though they're, you know, maximum speed is whatever. It's fine. But then if I put the urgency up at like 1, then for every... As we accelerate in this direction, we move our feet back the other way, which helps us lean... more that way. I mean, I think that's a bit too overtuned, but yeah. Oh, and if we do it too much, it gets a bit angry. Yeah, friction gets a bit fucky, but so yeah, going from here and then going, ugh, it's like pretty crazy. I feel like we never reach the target lean though. Which again is because our feet catch up pretty quickly. Which I guess this is the solution to. Well, no, I guess it's to do with the stride PID proportional factor. If that was down less, then we would end up leaning further before our feet catch up. Is that just the slipping going on? Wait, did I? Oh, I meant 0.05 on the derivative. That's like way over dampened. There we go. So that's what I'm talking about. That looks way kind of... Yeah, we're getting closer to our target lean. And then I think if this goes to 0.5 as our max effort, the other thing is, usually like in real life, if you're trying to change direction, we intentionally lower our center of gravity by crouching. You know what I mean? Like it's easier to change direction if you like crouch. So maybe I could factor that in as well with like the spring location. If our acceleration is like high enough, or I guess if our effort is high enough, multiplied by our desired, velocity acceleration, we could... Yeah, we could squish our legs a tiny bit more just to really nail that change of direction simulation. Because yeah, you can kind of see here, we change direction and we kind of like flop back up to being upright. Which like in reality, we'd kind of want to keep leaning that way. I mean, even if I put that up a bit more. If I had that like giga high. Well, kind of like that, but less fucked up, I think that's, just too overtuned. I think 0.66 is like the maximum. The thing is that a lot of this is just down to tuning. And then obviously it has to work with like characters of different weights and stuff. So what happened there? That was skidding happened. Which I guess is because the feet spring, wherever that is, I think I have a begin play setting for it. Feet spring stuff. Feet spring. Feet constraint. Feet spring. Oh, yeah, duh. Set. Max. Nope. Feet constraint. Set. Max. Set linear. Set angular drive params. Enforce limit. Well, position strength, velocity strength, enforce limit. Yeah. But if that slowed down fuzzy if the ball wasn't spinning backwards, but instead just stopped. Oh, you mean like here? Yeah, probably. Well, in this case, I'm going from this way. Actually, you can... Oh, where'd my... Yeah, okay, you can see here. A, D, you know? But if I just go D and then stop, the character, like, stops pretty well. But it's when I, like, stop and then go the other direction. Like, instantly that it does some weird shit. Although, again, I think a lot of that is down to the ball motor. So we actually go to the physics constraint. The ball motor here, the slurper. The strength is like 1,000. And the max force is 1,000. The force, I don't know, what happens if I put that at 100? And the strength at like 500? Because, again, our feet don't have infinite force. And like, yeah, again, that works fine. I just want to see how low that can go. You know. What is happening there, though? I guess it is the slipper. No, but it doesn't go. Do you plan enemies use the same approach for movement? If yes, when there be performance issue, a lot of them. If there are a lot of enemies, so they will use it. I'll be moving it all to C++. However, a lot of this stuff doesn't have to be actually calculated every frame. I do want to test this. But this stuff could be calculated like every 10th frame. But then we keep applying the forces in all of the off frames. But then all of the actual movement is done in the physics engine, or like the physics thread. So all of the actual movement is being done in chaos physics, which like means that it's essentially not multi-threaded, but I mean it kind of is. Also, that still isn't the ground. Strength 500, max force. Let me just go back to here. The ground. There. Oh, when we're in the air, does that mean we're slipping? Slip amount very high, which means that we then try and... Yeah, okay, fuck. Calculate. Determine slip amount. Current traction factor. We need to get the ground factor. And then ground control factor is determine in-air values. Incoming impact factor, distance to impact. On a ground control factor is a static value. Incoming impact factor. Oh, no. No. It's the Distance to impact, incoming impact factor. What's the fucking value that I'm cocking with up here? Traction factor, blah, 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 blah. Determine target lean vector. That's all good. Because that does stuff down this end. Relative velocity of feet specifically, blah, 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 blah. Slip amount. I guess that is just in-air values, yeah. Ground control factor. Right, okay, so ground control is if we're in the air, it just lerps from 1 down to 0. Then as soon as we're there, it's good again. So then there's the distance, the incoming impact factor, which down here, where the fuck was it? That's animation stuff. Get out. Down here, I was doing, right, distance to impact. So that is the correct one. Although, did I have a impact factor, which is kind of hard-coded, depending on blah, blah, blah. That's our acceleration linear velocity. And that then determines the sphere trace that we're doing. So that length is then the maximum here. Because I guess yeah, no, I should be using this. The impact factor depends on how fast we're moving, you know? So if we're moving really fast towards the ground, then we need to start moving our feet sooner. Whereas just using the raw distance, it's kind of a bit fucky. Impact factor. So that's going to go here. Target stride velocity. That can fuck off. And so the same needs to go for the slippage. Well, no, I guess the slippage... Because we can't slip when we're in the air, right? So the ground control factor. So when we're in the air, we have 100% traction. So we're going to max... No, sorry, we're going to max... Choose higher value. So that our traction factor is always... Oh, well, no. Ground control factor is at 1. And then lerps down to 0 as we're in the air. So when we're in the air... When we're in the air, we want this to be... So this needs to be 1 minus. So the inverse ground control factor maxed over the traction factor. Because, yeah, when we're in the air, obviously there's going to be no traction. Or, like, obviously we're going to be slipping because our ball stops moving, but we're still moving through the air. Which means, yeah, we're slipping and whatever. Maybe I should just do that as the slip length so that the debug... In this case, we'd, what, like multiply it by the ground control factor starts at 1. Yeah, so just that. Then it lerps down to 0 as we leave the ground. Which means that our slip length goes to 0. Which means that there is no slipping. So, here's our slip, blah, blah, we jump, no slipping. Then we hit the ground, and... yeah. Okay. So, I need to... increase our impact. Where's our air values? Determine in air values. So between in range, out range that. So the in range. Fuck it, we'll go to 100. Oh wait, but then if. Yeah, no, this might just cause fuckery. Oh, maybe it should be a raw value. Distance to impact. Maybe this just needs to have an offset of like 100. And then clamp that. Well, I guess... yeah, no. That should... Well, fuck. Vector length. So if our trace is 1,000 units long... Yeah. And then... No, I guess we have to add them in, right? So we'll just go like literal float 100. Add that here. And that's also the min. So that's our start value. So if we're 100 units from here... Yeah. Because, like, yeah, we want the... As we go here, and we get closer and closer, the red circle should start, meaning that we start to spin up. Like, we start to move our feet. So that we don't just, like, hit the ground and eat shit. So we have this big trace. 100 units, And yeah, it needs to spin up faster. I guess that's that fucking max force value that I had set poorly. It's still not, like, close enough. What? How can that not be close enough? Yeah, as we get a meter closer, it starts to spin up. I mean, it's fine when we're in slow motion. It just doesn't fucking work not in slow motion. So there's some kind of, like, delta time horse shit happening. Or lack of. That would be somewhere in here. So this is giving us a distance. And we want that distance to be 0, and that's the current one. We then add the target stride linear velocity, because this will give us the target velocity to, you know, do that gap. Incoming impact factor. So when we're in the air, it's zeroed out. As we approach the ground, we spin up again. Target stride linear velocity. Current velocity, acceleration. I mean, that gets done after as well. Oh, I guess that's while we're turning, which is fine, because, yeah, we can... Oh, actually, what way do we... Oops, wrong button. Okay, no, that makes sense. If I'm in the air, and I want to reorient to lean that way, technically, yeah, moving my feet like that, like cycling them like that, would, yeah, do a thing. So then what's the problem? Incoming impact factor. There's no, like, lerping going on. Set angular... Maybe the fucking motor doesn't take into account delta time or some dumb shit? Or is it this? Because we're then adding that... No, that gets delta, though. That's the additional shit that we need to add. I mean, the solution I was doing before was not do this and just put this in at this end. Oh. Fucking piece of shit. Impact factor. Why does this always happen? Incoming impact factor multiplied by, you know, the target velocity. So, like, we still calculate the desired target and shit. Oh, wrong button. We still calculate it. You can see the red one going nuts. But then we only apply it, you know. Which, honestly, it's not too bad. It, like... Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. We do that. Because, like... we want to hit the ground running. So that, yeah, if I'm going this way and I jump, as I reach the ground again, we spin up our feet so that we don't just trip over. Which is, yeah, maybe a bit... I mean, yeah, you know what? It works. It works, therefore it works. Let's go to our in-air values. We can probably chill this out a tiny bit now. So yeah, okay. So when we're in the air, our you know, our moving thing works, and then as we get closer, the orange, which is the actual thing, will, you know, move out to catch up to it. Which, if we're doing that, again, this can probably be way tuned down to like 50. Just as long as our feet start to spin up as we get close to the ground. Yeah, that's way better. So if we wanted to do this, lean and jump. Like that. Yeah. Oh, maybe even less. Like, fucking... Because if I'm moving, then I jump, and then I let go of sideways, the character wants to stop, yeah, as soon as they hit the ground. Which means that their feet has to... Oh, they'd probably go to 0, right? Alright. Fuck, maybe even less. Maybe actually to 25. I mean, this should really be the radius of the ball. But yeah, the orange just needs to be at the red, the ring, at the time of hitting the ground. That's all that needs to be there. Cool. Oh god, what am I doing? It's pretty responsive as well. Oh, I think that urgency value is like way fucking over max. It should be 0.5 as like the maximum. Because it's just like fucking way too extreme. Yeah, cool. Okay. Coolio. Right, that one's like giga. Is that one lighter? This one's lighter. Take our ducks. Hello, hello. How's it going? Yeah, good luck trying to... It's funny seeing that. It's like, oh yeah, I want to pull this, but it can't get up the ledge, and I'm on ice. Therefore, I can't pull it properly. You know, like, it just all fucking... It all works. The system. Like, who needs complex logic when you can just, like, do some basic shit? And it just works. Well, okay, basic shit is like a fucking understatement of the century, but yeah. All right, I've made some progress on that. That's a nice little revisit. Nice little re. The other thing I wanted to do was... PrismaticaDev stuff, maybe? What's my to-do list? What do I need to do? I pushed the 5.5 update, and it's on the thing, which is good. Always good. Someone said that the GPU cost has, like, doubled since the last update, even though I didn't, like, add anything, you know? I guess technically I added the water velocity. No, the water velocity was already in the thing. Technically the only thing that I've changed on the Niagara side is sampling another RVT, which doesn't make sense to, like, increase the cost much. Shwing. So what? I mean, there are some... Well, actually, let me just look at the Niagara cost stat GPU. So Niagara is, yeah, like nearly 1 millisecond at the moment, which isn't bad for a whole fucking simulation. The one thing I do want to do is test. Doesn't really 5.5 updates. Already done. Way ahead of you. It's already on the marketplace. The 5.5 update. Just before 5.6 will be revealed. Where's thingo? So one thing in this giga emitter that's, like, starting to bug out because it's so fucking long is in every simulation we do this offset, right? But, like, technically we don't have to offset every frame. We could just what's like a good example? I guess the water looks nice. It's like the water technically doesn't have to follow us every single frame, right? We can just do it every, like... I mean, we could do it on a staggered update and just do 1 per frame. Or do it distance-based, because, like, yeah, we could just... You know, if we're not moving... We can save some juice, although I guess that's technically inconsistent. So maybe, like, staggering them across multiple frames to do the offsetting update. Which, again, is, like, super easy to do. They just all need their own individual simulation center for the render targets in the, you know, in the collection stuff. And that would essentially reduce the... Well, it depends how it goes with branching. Like, if it's easy to just be like, you know, do this... Do this, like, thing... Simulation stage... If there's, like, you know, can I skip it? So, like, instead of offset deform pixels, where we are getting every single pixel getting the one, you know, however far away from it and moving it. Which, you know, it's a pretty hefty count. Where's the debug? I want the debug times. Where's that setting? It's not scalability, not Baker. Debug. No. I just want the one that shows the compute times. Tools. Not the Niagara debugger. Does anyone remember what the thing was? Niagara module show compute time. Why do you lose your... Right. Optimizing Niagara. Unreal Insights, blah, 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 blah. Don't care, don't care, don't care. Don't care, don't care. Show me. Here, what's this? Edit performance, no, new virtual machine. But where is that? Love capture, da 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 da. Where's that fucking option? It's just in like show. Script stats? No. Watch. In debugger. No, I just want to show the thingos. God damn. Window. No tools. No asset. I can see it in this thing, but it's not telling me where it is. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm going to eat some banana bread. Holy shit. That banana bread. Insane. Insane. All right. Where is this fucking thing? Performance mode. Performance mode. Where's performance mode? Tools. Where is it? I'm so dumb. Where TF? Performance analyzer. UE5 Niagara performance mode. Not in Fortnite. Where? I'm so... Why can't I just fucking find it? Niagara emitter. Show compute time. No, but I don't want the Niagara debugger. I just want to see it. No, not the in. It's not. It doesn't exist in the world. I just want to fucking. What? What? Where is the goddamn... Is it here? Watch this in the thing? No, that's not it. That's not it. I want the one that shows the compute times here. If our documentation goes wrong, yeah. I just don't know where it is. Where's it gone? Where has it gone? It's not scalability. Like, what the fuck is that? Suck my scalable nuts. What's the best problem with grabbing something? Attaching, transform, updating. It depends. It definitely depends on the project, and if you mean like a character grabbing something versus if you're doing VR and you're doing like physics hands, if you're doing fully physically simulated characters, etc., etc. Ooh, feelings on motion matching. A lot of work for not much gain is my kind of quick take. Obviously, it can look super good, but you need a lot of animations to make it look super good. Although you can use less. Is that? No. What is this shit? Just Niagara show module compute time. I don't want to measure the entire thing. I want to measure it within the one. Dude. Where do I get it? Show me this. Niagara Edge's performance mode to dive more into the asset and look for optimizations. For instance, counter optimizations. It's not Niagara Edge's performance mode does not work with the new virtual machine. What does that even mean? And where do I find performance mode? Is it just not in 5.5? Like, why can I not fucking... Where is it, you motherfucker? Where is performance mode? Show me tools. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know. I don't know. It's just not... Is it in here? Performance? No, that's just... Yeah, maybe they've just fucking moved it. Like, I don't know. Why? Why? Well, okay, we can do A/B testing by stat gipu. Niagara is 0.8. 0.8-ish. If we then go and say no offsets. Well, yeah, it's gonna fucking... Okay, fuck you. You piece of shit. Alright, well... Offset these nuts. How do you, set the default... Water velocity is read before being set. That's in stat context. Water velocity should just be set to value 0. This one is... Same thing. It's probably best to just do that anyway. Also win pixels, blah 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 blah. Offset deform pixels, then this will get an error. That's our deform pixel. Bam. Value 0. Interaction bubble should also be... It is set to value. A neural net to control character motion. It's not necessarily a neural net. It's just like a solver. It just matches a curve to a curve. Like 60 times per second. Or 30 times per second or something. So there's just like a big library of things. Of animations. And all those animations have a curve associated with them. Which is like, you know, the acceleration, the orientation, predicted path. And then you just feed all the current values, you know, of the character into there. Okay, offset surface pixels. And yeah. Okay, so now GPU simulation without any offsetting. That is if it is working. water render target. If I move, yeah, it's not offsetting the pixels. Although the performance didn't change much, so maybe it's not as... Yeah, you can see it's like, it's following me around now. So what's our... If I play? Niagara GPU sim... It's gone up in cost for some reason. Let me also move away from the fucking... all of the leaf particles and stuff. We'll go over here. Nice and chill. Alright, Niagara GPU. How are we sitting at 2 milliseconds now? Oh, is it because this render target is visible and that's also playing in the background? Okay, yeah, 0.81. 0.82, 0.82, 0.82. Let me actually get out of the render targets just to make sure they're freed up. 0.81, 0.81, 0.81, 0.81, 0.82, 0.81. Bit of a spike for some reason. 0.83. Cool. Okay, so if we then go back in. How's it curving with the player controller? It just links in with the player character, which is just, you know, constantly getting the current velocity, current acceleration, the current orientation. And then it just compares that to the library of other animations, and then it will, like, blend them into one another. So if I add all of these offsettings back together, or back in, sorry. Compile, save, exit. Back here, press play again. GPU sim. Wait for that to chill. It's like 0.02 milliseconds to offset them all. So I mean, it's not a zero cost. It's like what, a 5%-ish, which I could take down to a 1% cost if I staggered it. But then there's the matter of staggering it and what that does. You know? Like, is that branching cost? Anyway, let me just get rid of the deform capsules and the deform bubbles. Just to see if that does anything. So that's 0.1 of the cost. Where's the main cost? I guess the simulations is the fucking main cost, isn't it? So if I just said surface simulation, turn off. Don't do any of the sandy shit. Then, yeah. Because that's the biggest render target. But it fucking does nothing. Most of the time. Like, what is it even doing? You're literally just drawing the stuff to the thing and blah, blah, blah. Like, what if I just didn't do that? And add surface input to the surface sim. Oh, is that still in the background? It is. Let me turn that off. Hi, Mirth. Have you done any small game projects? Recently lost a lot of passion for my game development and think something that I can bash in a week or two would be beneficial to show I can finish something. No. I'm not like a small project kind of guy. I would rather like, I don't know. I think my way of viewing things is I don't really care if I finish something or not, because I'm not trying to like prove to anyone or prove to myself that like I can finish something, you know. I'm just more interested in what I can learn and, you know, develop, like personally develop in doing a project. And if that project never, you know, gets finished or it gets scrapped or I end up being like, oh, it's like cool, but I need to like refactor it down the line or whatever. Regardless of like the outcome, I've always gained something from it, you know? And obviously you can still learn stuff from doing a short and sweet project. But I find that same enjoyment from like doing, you know, like a smaller system. So like before we were looking at the physical character movement stuff. You know, working on that, it's not really, I mean, it's nowhere near finished, and there's still a bunch of stuff that has to be added to it. But like every time I work on it, I learn something either about physics or the engine or about my development process or about myself, you know? So I think always having like a growth mindset, as in like personal/professional growth mindset, can be good. And obviously there's the added caveat that, you know, I'm streaming all of this and people are watching and there's like entertainment value and that kind of thing, where like it's less about finishing a thing and being like, oh, I can sell this, whatever. It's more about like learning along and like co-working with the chat and whatnot. So I guess my advice would be, if you think it would help, then like go for it. But the main thing is to just find value regardless of whether you finish something or don't finish something, or whether it's big or small. Oh, we can see the instruction count in here. Deform sim setup. Deform simulation. Deform post sim. Wind sim setup. Wind sim. Why is the setup so high in the wind sim setup? Wind sim setup. Offset wind pixels. Oh, we got to draw separate capsules. Add deform input to wind input. Get wind blockers, which does an RVT, dude. Yeah. Look, it seems like everything's fairly well optimized. I don't think doing not offsetting at every frame. Especially considering most of the simulations are like, what, 100, 200 by 200 pixels or some shit. For a GPU, that's like easy mode. 1 millisecond for like 5 simulations is pretty... I mean, on a 2080 Super. We're kind of chilling. I also don't think... I mean, before, what did I do? I got rid of draw deform capsules, draw interaction bubbles, etc. And that took it down to, like, what, 0.7? So that's only taking a tenth of a millisecond. Even a bit less. Although, again, that's... I guess it's more about the scaling, right? But then I wonder... Let me make a... Let me add a new stage. Emitter update. Add a new... No, how the fuck do we do it again? Is it in... No... Not new module. It's up here, right? Add stage. Here we go. Generic simulation stage. Where the fuck did it end up? It's probably down here. Yeah. Let's go up. Can you not? I recognize that receipt. Yeah. Yep. So what I'm wondering, right, is when... So, okay, so each module, right, has a binding or an iteration source. So I'm wondering, can the iteration source be data interface... And then the data interface is emitter. Well, okay, no. So that's, yeah, grid, blah, 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 blah. But then can the Oh, okay, fuck. Okay, so we'll do direct set. Number of iterations is tied to the... Fuck, I'd have to do like a length. Current length. Emitter... And that's an integer. So that can change. Because, like, what I'm thinking, right? And, like, dimensions used for dispatch 1D. Customize what element count means for a direct dispatch. Number of threads. Number of elements is the number of threads launched in that dimension. Threads that are out of bounds due to shade thread group size will be automatically clipped, i.e. code will not run. For example, if group size is 64, 1 and 1, number elements 32, only the first 32 threads will run the code. Element count X. Direct set. So that would just be 1 and... So this is... element count these nuts. If it's a data interface, then that is automatically done. So if it's a grid, it will, like, you know, it'll, like, gigafuck it. It'll do, like, GPU threading bullshit. But what I'm thinking is if I... Can the element count... Ooh... No, because they... No, because they'd overwrite each other then. Basically, what I'm thinking, right, is in our like draw, you know, draw, deform capsules shit. Instead of needing to do a hash grid, like a pre-computed hash grid per frame, to then run this. Because like if we look over here, right? We look in the render targets, we look at like the fucking deform fellas. Deform render target. So you can see where my character's feet are right here. There's 2 feet. Foot 1, foot 2. Sniffer, sniffer. For like just the one shape of the foot, we have to iterate over the entire fucking texture and compare every pixel to that shape and be like, oh yeah, like this one's 0 and this one's 0 and all these, like, you know, however many hundreds of thousands of pixels are 0. It's like, what the fuck? So what I'm thinking is, instead of iterating over the entire texture every frame and getting every shape, what if the iteration source was the number of shapes and then we know the center location-ish, or we could just do it based on like a maximum thing. We know the location, we could just get the coordinates top left to bottom left and iterate over only those pixels and then update them instead of iterating over all of them. But then obviously we lose like the kind of multi-threading capabilities. Did you kind of know what I mean? You know, I'll put this one after data cache shit, because we have to get the location and the fucking... Let's just set this to like 16 for now. Then the direct set parameters. What do you even mean? Element count, whatever. Direct set parameters. But like, yeah, if I just got draw deform capsules, chuck this. Can I not fucking... I can copy and then paste in here. Is that's not a linked... Oh no, that's... Can I like copy... Can I duplicate? If I go in here and I say move this... Oh, move this index down here. And then I go back to here, and I go up to here. That has moved. Okay, so they are linked. So it's a... Fucking hell. How the fuck do I duplicate it? I'd have to go in draw deform capsules, local modules, draw deform capsules. Copy, create asset from the current selection? No. Can I copy it here and then paste it here? Yes. Okay, that's a separate dude completely. So this is called draw deform capsules per capsule, I guess. And it needs the same fellas from the other one. Fuck. Capsule and... Can I just, like, copy that over? Oh, end val. Start location. Capsule start location and radius. End velocity strength? end location radius, start location radius, end location and strength. Sorry, start velocity. Start velocity and strength. And there's just all this other shit. Foliage, deform, additional capsule radius. Fucking. Can I just like... Oh, ayo. Let me do that. Copy that. Then paste here. Please, 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 please. No. What the fuck? Please. Copy. Paste. Fuck. Alright, let me just Control C. Control V. Easy. Control C. Control V. Control C. Control V. Velocity, interaction height. Alright, so if we then go into this fella, we could just say, instead of map for... Well, no, we would still do a map for index, but we're not setting... I mean, we are? But this is like map for... This is like for each pixel for each shape. But we'd want to be doing... Ah, fuck my... Fuckity fuck. So we wouldn't need these local fellas. We'd be getting and setting from the... I guess map get grid 2D. We'd be getting the deform, or the input grid, so... I guess, is it the input grid? Oh yeah, we don't actually like do it here though, but yeah. So there's our input grid. And we would want to say, so rather than doing this shit, paint input these nuts. Basically, input grid, we'd want to do a set, set, not parameter map set, no. We want to actually set the set vector for value, blah, 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 blah. We want to do index X, index Y. So these would be variable based on what their kind of center index was, and then plus minus some max radius, right? Max radius. So we just have like a bunch of these doing, you know, blah, 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 blah. So the attribute would be deform input. We would need to get the previous get value. Get... Not even the previous... We want to get the current. But we can't just get it because it's in the previous dude. How the... Because it needs to be additive, right? Ah, fuck, I don't know. Maybe a hash grid is the better option. Because even then, a hash grid can be, 64 by 64 pixels and, like, giga-threaded. Hello, girl. Here. Come here. Come here. Hello, my girl. Oh. But yeah, the I think the hash grid is probably better because you can't really get the current value from a grid 2D. You can only get previous. Oh, well, no, I guess I can pull it. Map get input grid. Because I'm then setting... No, because I'm not... No, because... Okay, because our... Yeah, our... right. Because our binding, or our iteration source, isn't, grid 2D. So if we just set a value like this, it's not like a per pixel value. It's a per, which is why we'd have to use this. But then we can only get the previous thingo. So, okay, this wouldn't work en masse. So I think our hash grid is the way to go still. I'd kind of done one here with just the interaction bubbles, where we have interaction bubble, blah, 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 blah. Although we still end up... Yeah, so for each tile... For each tile, we do a pass, and we add them all together with like a bunch of local variables, and then at the end of it, we smack it into the thinger. I'm just thinking it might be better to do a grid 3D for the hash grid. So like, they're like 64 by 64 tiles, but the Z denotes which tile it is, from top left to bottom right. That way we can actually use named variables, because I had to, in this version, store everything by index, attribute index, and you can only store float values. So I had to be like, what's the current tile? And then give it extra attributes, you know, attribute 1, 2, 3, and 4 here. But I mean, it did work. But I'm just thinking, why wouldn't I just do a grid 3D? Because we can just be like, oh yeah, we're like going to here, but it's at this position, so we do it in a different Z thing. And I guess we do the... Yeah, no, it would work. The problem is that, is there a problem? No, not really. And then when we unpack it, we just go through each tile and create our final input. Which, I mean, maybe if I just enable this, so if I disable interaction bubbles, and I go, hit the gritty, and then whip and nay here, we will see if this still works by looking at our interaction bubble RT. No, it doesn't. Great. I didn't really expect it to still work because I haven't. Yeah. Well, you win some, you lose some. But it did work. Trust. Okay, so I still think hash grid is the way to go. But I think a 3D grid 3D that then gets unpacked into a 2D array or into a 2D render target would be the way to go. Although I wonder if we have a stage, a meta stage, a new simulation stage, blah, 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 blah. And our binding is our iteration source is a data interface. And the data interface is, you know, some kind of grid 3D. Add user parameter. Oh, no, not user parameter. Yeah, emitter attributes. Emitter. Make new grid 3D collection. So this was our data interface. Grid. Well, that do I have to compile maybe? Why are you getting angry at me? Maybe under data interface iteration of the grid 2D. Data interface that. Right, yeah. So I just have to like be like set. In here, add one grid 3D collection. Well, fuck me dead. And data interface. Yeah, true. Okay, that's just gonna crash. Because YOLO. I'd be able to figure it out, but yeah. I guess that... so what's our PrismaticaDev roadmap for the plugin? So we brought it up to 5.5. There's still the weird, you know, frame rate stutter, you know, water going nuts stuff. Which, again, we can just kind of ignore for now because I'll figure it out later. We can either do... We can either do... an ocean water shader and integration with the plugin, so that the plugin can read, you know, the ocean wave height. Which is also like a Prismatica thing, obviously. And then that will also tie into the physical movement system because it needs to do buoyancy as well. Or do the hash grid of PrismaticaDev, which can then tie into the paint simulation stuff, like the blood and the water blood stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Why am I so short? Both? Chop chop? Oh, shit. You're such a sweet girl. Look at this little loaf. Good. You are a beautiful cat. Let me look at my video log as well. I need to look into mesh decals or decal meshes, which I might do tomorrow. Because remember how I'm doing videos again? Remember how I'm making videos and stuff? Here's all my videos. That one's done. I want to do a video about Materialize. Good little app. RVT video done. Devlog Season 2. Blah, blah, blah. DDX, DDY. DDX, DDYD's nuts. Decal masking, decal meshes. So decal meshes. Or mesh decals, or whatever. I need to look into that. That kind of ties into this one as well. I mean, they're kind of complementary. It's just like decals in general. WPO disabled distance. I just need to get edited. Grid 2D video. I'll probably wait till after I do the hash grid for the Grid 2D shit. PCA Rivers update video. I'll probably do it in the next PrismaticaDev update. Talk about like the ocean and rivers and shorelines as well. Sign node. I have pretty much finished, same with min and max. Niagara custom modules is another good one that I'll probably do, you know, blah, 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 blah. I do want to add buoyancy system basics, which is a kind of a devloggy / long video, I guess. Because buoyancy, it's not like the water shader itself, but kind of like, you know, oh, you've got this cool water shader, but now you need to do it into... You need to do it on the CPU. Yeah. And then obviously all the character shit here. This list is looking very good. It's very long. I mean, it's not that long, but yeah. This is Notion here, and the Zoom plugin is called Zoom to Mouse for OBS. It's a script. Wait, what's going on here? If I do this, why is that? Oh, because that... Oh. I see. So then this should probably be like... Where the fuck is my main screen? Here. That should be behind image 4. There we go. And then image 4 comes down to the bar. That's what I was confused about earlier. Oh, but that isn't... Wait, that should be full opacity then. Otherwise, yeah, the background. Now, let me, filters, color correction, opacity 100%, but then brightness down. Oh, I guess gamma down. Seems to be like a fucking dark navy. Oops, wrong button. Right, okay. Nearly fixed. That's it. Fix my stream. Cool. Helen, scripting accurately. I learned 2 months, but I not understanding. Just keep at it. It's a never-ending journey. And the best thing to do is to like learn on the job. So like start a project and just kind of keep learning new things as you go along, as you need that info. Don't try and like learn everything before it's relevant to you. It is stop certain decals from going onto your character that receives decals. I want the blood decal to stay, but the wall decal to keep popping up on them. That's something that I'll be covering in this video, decal masking. But essentially you can set up almost like decal channels using the custom depth stencil functionality. So yeah, that'll be something that I cover in that video when I film more videos. But yeah, I feel like my brain's dying for today, but at least we kind of, you know, got a few things done. And then I also want to go through Discord, and Discord's not going to pop up, but to what do you call it? Go through the help tickets and yeah. Gonna add skin trees WP videos so that on YouTube. Probably not. I don't think skinned trees... There is a way to do it. Because you can essentially undo the pose of any character using world position offset by getting the pre-skinned position and then the current position and subtracting it. So you can make your character constantly in an A pose using world position offset, which sounds kind of dumb, but in the case of skinned trees, you can essentially like slowly turn off, you know, the scaly animation. So you could have like, you know, physically animated trees up close, and you could layer some WPO on top. Then you could turn the scaly mesh animation off at a distance and have it all WPO. And then you could turn WPO off at an even further distance by using those few things. There might be a separate video for sure. That's an interesting idea. Like, yeah, if you've got some physically simulated trees or some shit, and you wanted to disable it at a distance, but like turn it off smoothly and turn it back on again and whatever. Yeah, you could use WPO. Anyway, I think I'm gonna log off for the night. We will see who's raidable. Who is chilling and ready to get raided. I think we'll raid Boom. Yeah, I think I'll stream tomorrow. I might try catch up on some stuff tonight or tomorrow, like, you know, admin-y shit. But I'm slowly getting through all of the boring things, and I think I just need to decide on a bit of a direction, bit of a plan. What am I doing? Kind of thing, because like my video I could just work on video backlog, honestly, which isn't a bad idea whenever I kind of don't know what to do. But I think I'll do more tinkering with the character stuff. I might also get the animations more fleshed out with the physical character movement stuff, just so like we can see how it all actually looks and like how it feels to play. But yeah. And then there's just a few extra things like doing step up, like ledge step up, all that kind of shit. Should be fun. One other thing I wanted to do was like a soft collision component, or a soft collision kind of paradigm for like bushes, or just like setting up a bunch of physical or physics, you know, logic to be like, okay, my character is moving through dense bushes, so, you know, we need to like emit a lot of drag on our character, and then our character would like struggle through it and actually like, you know, they'd have to emit more push, that kind of stuff. And then do the same thing with water and buoyancy and, you know, if we're like half submerged in water, or let's say we're running at full speed and we jump into like knee-high water, as we hit the water, you know, our feet get pushed, or our feet get dragged, or experience, water friction before our top half, and so we would like fall over and eat shit. Which is good, but it means that we have to do localized water drag, which I guess would just factor into the buoyancy system, which would probably be a voxel-based buoyancy system. Or like, you know, like a 3D grid, 3D point grid system. Maybe with sockets, maybe just with a data asset with like offset data, where like for each point, so like a character would have a head, a pelvis, and their feet. They wouldn't really need any side-to-side ones. But then we just calculate the depth in the water. You know, are they in the water? What's the buoyancy of that part of the character? And then apply, you know, a buoyancy force, but also apply water drag, which means as we hit the water, it'll be like, oh, is the head in the water? No. Is the pelvis in the water? No. Are the feet in the water? Yes. We're moving at 100 units per, or 200 units per second. The water is, you know, this viscosity, whatever. Apply a counter force to the thing that's in the water, and that's how we'd get our, you know, eating shit when jumping into the water too fast. And then obviously as it gets up to our, you know, our waist, every time we try and move forward, we, you know, do drag back on the character, and that should like make it feel like we're actually moving through water. And then I guess the same thing would be applied to bushes, but bushes would also apply an outward kind of pressure from themselves. Same with, like, I guess if a tree falls down, we'd have the tree trunk collision, but then have, like, a big sphere or multiple spheres for, like, the leaves. And then when the tree falls down, the leaves kind of, like, cushion it. And the leaves should, you know, slow us down and push us kind of away from the massive leaves. So, yeah, like, just setting up a bunch of generic physics stuff. You know, things like wind, localized wind, explosions, shockwaves that, like, push things back, all that kind of stuff. Should be fun. Like a proper tethering system. And then, yeah, setting up basically like a map. Like I think it was Ukrave that said the Olympics. The Ballbot Olympics. The Prismatica physical character movement component Olympics map, where it's like, yeah, like, okay, for this like test minigame thing, you need to like drag this ball and chain, or like, you know, there's like a cardboard box, and it's like there's this chain, and you got to like drag it through water. And, like, the box gets caught on the water, which pulls you back, and, like, just all this dumb physicsy stuff to kind of show that, like, yeah, like, all the physics checks out properly. You gotta, like, drag a ball, push a ball up a seesaw, but the seesaw is, like, half submerged in water, you know? Just, like, stupid shit like that, where it all combines together. But anyway, we're going to raid Boom. How do you spell boom at the moment? B capital O. I swear Boom's name changes every, like, week or two. To just, like, a different spelling. There we go. Rightio. I start the raid. I also am going to be eating lots of banana bread, so be jealous. 9 sets of tar. That's crazy. Can you access the user ID rather than the username of a Twitch, like a unique ID? In like the Twitch plugin integration thing, eh? Okay. Yeah, nice. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. We're gonna be rating Boom. And with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. Sorry to those that just joined. We're actually wrapping up, but you can watch the VOD. We did plenty of stuff. Although, to be fair, the YouTube stream is still running. So, we could, as YouTube stream, we could just, like, react stream to Boom's stream, you know? Pogging? Alright, let's Chungus. Let's get the Chungus going. Type Chungus to spawn a cat. Hell yeah. Where's the PrismaticaDev cat? Hey yo! Nice. Nice and big. Yeah, if you're on YouTube, you want something to watch in Unreal Engine, go check out Boom's stream on Twitch. That's where I shall be, eating banana bread. So with that, we say goodbye to the YouTubes. Goodbye. Goodbye.